Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 17th. Lots to discuss here as we have a couple minutes to the open. Oil taking a hit. Nat gas has been weak and then it's been strong, trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Looks like the markets are going to be ripping today. You have a lot of the mega caps showing some pretty good signs of strength, but definitely going to see if the semis can hold this. The weak spot of the semiconductor market is ASML. Obviously, I think there's a scenario where the QQQ can actually rip here today. As long as we clear above this red bar resistance, then I really see a move back up into this pivot zone here. So again, if we can clear this red bar high on a nice 10-minute closing basis, then I do think that we could push all the way back up to this 509.13. So right now we're just still stuck in a bearish range. I wouldn't chase the initial gap up, personally speaking, but I am looking for potentially a long if we clear this range. Even if we hold this little bit of a wedge pattern here on the Qs, I will be looking for some calls if we somehow check back down. I do think that there's a scenario where we can look for a potential fade opportunity on NVIDIA. NVIDIA has cleared yesterday's pre-market high. It's a little bit risky in this zone. You know, I see a couple levels of resistance a little bit higher. Around 884, I could see NVIDIA pushing to, and then that might be a potential short. So everything is pretty much gapping up on the session. Let's look at the QQQ as well. We'll keep the Qs on watch because they are going to be probably the leading indice at some point. And we have traded that quite successfully over the last couple sessions. Nat gas trying to firm up. So I'm just going to take it slow here, guys, and we'll see what type of market price action we get. Alright, market is open. Gap up is set to take place here. Lululemon strong. Alright, guys, I'm short. Oof, I didn't even get my short off on NVIDIA. That happened so fast. I was looking at that hourly. Alright, I'm shorting NVIDIA here. 884.60. We got a retest of the resistance. 884.60. It's a starter position on NVIDIA. Look at that. 884.60. That hit our level quite firmly. 884.60. We are short NVIDIA, guys. We're in the money nicely. So again, this was one that I just did go over a couple minutes ago, saying look to fade NVIDIA a bit higher. It's still strong on the session. You can see the sheer power coming into this picture right now. So this is why we just went for a 1/4 position. Had the chance to cover there, but did not do so. All right, so NVIDIA is still coming in. Still coming in. You can see that initial sell-off in the Qs. The Qs do look like they want to rip, though, so we got to watch it carefully. Right, guys, I'm still seeing a nice continuation in Lulu. Tesla's trying to firm up still. Alright, guys, I'm going to put a break even on this NVIDIA because it is trying to get a little bit of a bid. So just put a break even stop, 884.60. Alright, I just got wicked out there off that 884.60 zone, unfortunately. We're in the money a little bit, but I just don't want to get too cute with this name because it is showing some signs of potentially trying to push even a little bit higher here. A little bit higher. Google's still strong, Microsoft ripping, Apple's only up 0.12, so clearly lagging in Apple. Clear lagging in Apple. Alright, guys, I'm going to re-short NVIDIA at this pivot high. I just got filled 887.30, 887.30, 887.30. We're back in NVIDIA. Starter position 1/4. Okay, starter position on NVIDIA. The next ad level will be basically all the way up to 890, around 890. Okay, so we're back on the short side, and we're still seeing NVIDIA acting extremely well in this range. Really hasn't given us any sort of a definitive breakdown signal yet. Qs are trying to put in bullish consolidation. You can see they are trying to hold this little bit of a breakout zone. So they are consolidating bullishly. If NVIDIA retests this little pivot high, I will look to cover that short and then potentially look to flip long. I still think that there might be one more little dip before we flip to the long side. Nat Gas trying to make another move here. Still holding NVIDIA short. Tesla's also weak on the session. All right, NVIDIA's still trying to make a move higher here. All right, let's see if NVIDIA wants to give it up here. Come on. I am seeing the dollar slightly green. Yields are negative, oil negative. So, I mean, this market has every rhyme or reason to pretty much continue a little bit of a rally here, guys. So, we're still short NVIDIA 887.30. 887.30. You have the majority of sectors green. Real estate's lagging at the moment. All right, guys, I'm going to look for a cover on half the position coming up here in NVIDIA. As soon as we hit this little bit of an 883 level, I will look to cover half and then put a break-even stop loss. Okay? All right, guys, I just covered half at 883.50. I covered half of the NVIDIA position, 883.50. Move stop to break even. Look at this. Qs are coming in nicely. QQQ is coming in nicely. I'm going to look to flipping some calls. All right, I'm moving my stop now on NVIDIA all the way to 883.90. So the trade is risk-free again. Trade is risk-free. And now we're going to look to potentially flip to some call options on the Qs. So we've got that initial dip that I've discussed. Qs are looking a little bit vulnerable off of this gap up. But let's see if we can take some call options. I'm looking at 433s at the moment on the Qs. They're sitting at $1.28. All right, guys, I just got filled 433 call on the Qs, $1.27 a contract, $1.27 a contract. 433 call on the Qs, 0 DTE. Let's play ball. NVIDIA just stopped me out there on the second half, and now we're basically back on the long side. So already a nice little win. Come on, Qs. And again, we discussed this initial dip and then potentially a continuation move. So that's what we're trying to play here. We just didn't get caught on that short. It was a nice little win on that NVIDIA short, and now we're flipping back to the longs, guys. So I'm at $1.27 on the 433 0 DTEs. I just want to change something here, these labels. Makes it a little bit crowded. All right, guys, the Qs are moving up nicely. Those cons are printing. Come on. Get us to 433. Take us to 433. Just going to draw that 433 strike zone again because we even tested that. I'm even looking at rolling into 434s, which are sitting at about $1. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 434 call on the Qs that got filled at $1. So we're riding 433s and 434s. So I got filled at $1 for the 434 calls. Look at this, guys. Cons are up to $1. Those 433s are about to go in the money. We're sitting at $1.52, so it's a good day to be long. Great day to be long here. Again, this market could even rip. The upside measured move that I've calculated today on the Qs, believe it or not, we could push all the way up to about 437 today. I'm not saying that's the guaranteed scenario, but that is where I could see the Qs pressing. 433s are in the money, guys. If you want to start scaling, I'm going to ride a little bit more since we've already tested this area. We checked back to support, and now we're holding. All right, Tesla's still weak at the moment. Apple's now participating. So this is where Qs can actually start to see a bit more momentum. So we're up on both call trades right now. Still looking for a little bit more upside in the Qs. 433s are in the money. The prudent thing to do is to secure profits when 0DTEs go in the money. I'm going to be a little bit greedier here in this range. We are still up on the trade from $1.27 right now. I'll look to probably take 433s as soon as we test this pivot around this pivot zone. I'll probably look to take profits on those 433s. I do like the fact that we're actually still holding this little bit of a support zone here. Pivot high to pivot all through this consolidation, and we are trying to break a little bit higher here, guys. Again, the backdrop today with yields down, oil down, VIX down, there's a positive backdrop for the market. There's definitely a positive backdrop for the market. Qs are still trying to work itself through this 433 zone, coming in a touch right now. I'm still holding my 433 calls and 434 calls. I have not closed the trade, even though we have been up on the trade nicely. Qs are coming in a touch more. Oh, damn it. They are coming in pretty hard now. This is a big support level that needs to hold. You can see Nvidia broke down. Google's still ripping. Apple's trying to curl up. Microsoft's still pumping here. So, I mean, as long as Microsoft's continuing, Tesla's dumping. Bitcoin's getting a nice little pop to the upside. Oh, markets, come on, Qs. Give us a little bit of a break. You can see that the crypto stocks are trying to put in a little bit of a base here and move positive. So crypto is showing some signs of life at the moment. Vale gapped up 3.5%. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it did. That's a beautiful gap up. And where did we just add yesterday? We did just add to that position yesterday. So that was a nice little add on Vale. We added at 1160. Our Qs are kind of getting a little bit of a shakeout here. So we added yesterday to our Vale at 1160. Nice little add, and it is gapping up right now. All right, let's look at Mr. Softy. Microsoft is probably seeing some sellers here because Qs are running into some near-term resistance. All right, we're down on those 433s and 434s at the moment. Should have probably taken profits. Again, that's the prudent thing to do, and I did not do that. And now we've come back down, and those calls are now out of the money. And Nvidia is falling here a little bit sharper. I don't want to lose this EMA. I don't even like the fact that we've lost this breakout trend line on the Qs. I still think it's okay. I mean, it was just the first entry on those 433s. 434s are a whole lot cheaper now. Wow, markets are coming in. Markets are coming in sharply, guys. All right, if we tap this little bit of a 200 moving average, that's where I'll add to my next 433 lot. Again, we're sitting at $1.27. So unfortunately, we did not take profits. All right, guys, I just added to my 434 calls at 77 cents. Second entry on the 434 calls at 77 cents. My average is now sitting at 91 cents a con on the 434s. And I'm still holding the 433s at $1.27. Again, they did go in the money, but now they're starting to weaken here. VIX is still coming in quite sharply. Oil's trying to make a little bit of a rebound. Lululemon's still performing quite nice on the session. Microsoft's up 1%. AMD's down half. SMCI's continuing to make its ascent to the upside, up 3.75%. Let's see if there's a short trade common shares, because this one's getting super extended and definitely could be a little bit of a pairs trade as we're long the Qs. We could short this one. All right, I'm going to take a stab at SMCI here, guys, and I'm going to risk the high of day as my stop. So I'm short SMCI, just common shares, 1007.05, 1007.05. Short SMCI, this is just a starter position. And basically my stop is going to be that high of day. Okay, high of day on SMCI is my stop loss. So we kind of have a pairs trade on the market right now, where we're long the Qs via call options and we're short SMCI here. Obviously it is trying to bounce a little bit. QQQ calls are trying to go back. They're now back to in the money. We are making some money on these 433s at the moment. Let's see if we can get a bit more. Seeing Meta curling down. Google's just absolutely a monster today, ripping, getting back above its 7-day moving average. So even with the recent decline in the market, we're seeing mega caps continuing to see some money flow. Nice to see UBT getting a bounce. EQT's trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Qs are still kind of struggling in the near term, ever so slightly. All right, so QQQ calls, they're still trying to work itself up here. We haven't officially been able to get a solidified breakout, but it is trying. It is trying. SMCI trying to bounce. Still seeing Meta under a little bit of pressure at the moment. It is slightly negative. Amazon's green, Google's green. It's a little concerning that Meta's seeing some weakness here. That's typically a very important stock for the overall communications health. All right, Qs are trying to make another little move higher here. 433s are sitting at $1.28, looking for a little bit more in the near term. I think Google's probably going to start to see some sellers at some point. Does look like Apple's trying to curl to the upside. Microsoft's coming in, Nvidia's coming in. So bigger decline coming into Nvidia, and that's seeing that the semis are being faded right now. You actually have the SOXX negative again, so that's not an important thing for the market. Not really good for the Qs. When you start to see the semis underperforming, obviously it's impressive that the Qs are still holding some green, some positive price action, but not what we want to see. Tesla's trying to firm up just a touch. Apple's trying to push up. Google's still phenomenally strong. Meta's curling down. Bitcoin, Amazon, they're pushing up. All right, SMCI is coming in hot here, guys. So a little bit of a hedge on our 433s and 434s. We're currently down slightly on the 433 calls and the 434 calls. I still think there could be a bit of a trend continuation, but we really need to maintain this level. This is a big support level for the Qs. If we lose this zone, I mean, your next support is really retesting this key pivotal area here. You have that little bit of an upsloping trend, and then obviously if you break that, you're going to your gap fill, which is lower. But I do think that the markets can push up today. Even Nvidia's at a good decent long entry off the EMA, just using this wick as a stop loss if you were to go long. Qs are still trying to move up a little bit here in the near term. Nat gas still struggling a touch. Oil's also struggling a touch. Trying to put in a bit of an hourly bottoming tail. Our Qs are weakening even more now. Qs are still coming in down a touch. A little bit more of a decline. You can see this big down move in NVIDIA coming into the picture. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my 433 calls. I'll let you know. They're sitting at $1.07. SMCI is still coming in. I'm going to move this stop loss on SMCI now. Basically just right above that red bar high, so at about 1,004.74. Look at SMCI peel away. Look at NVIDIA. Semis are getting faded here. All right, guys, I'm moving my stop down here to 998.23 on SMCI, so in the money stop. And I'm just going to add to my QQQ 433 calls here. I just got filled at $1.04 on my 433, so that's the second entry, $1.04. My average is now sitting at 1.13. We are down on that trade right now. You can still see it's coming in. All right, I'm moving my stop down a little bit more on SMCI, 991.50. 991.50 stop on SMCI. So we're locking in some potential gains. We're locking in gains on SMCI no matter what the cause is. Still holding the 433 calls on the Qs. We are hitting support. All right, so majority of sectors are green. Dow Jones Transport's getting rocked today, down 1.23. Real estate's negative. Everything else is positive. The best performing sector at the moment is materials, XLB, up 0.96. Actually, regionals are also seeing a pretty ferocious bid today. So a little bit of positivity in the banking sector is being observed. Qs are still struggling here. NVIDIA has turned negative in the scheme of things. Not really that good for the Qs. We are hitting some support. SMCI, we're still holding. It hasn't wicked us out, but it's very close to wicking us out here. I'm actually looking at a potential long, just common shares on NVIDIA. But we run the risk of triggering this bearish wedge. Look at how we got rejected at this head and shoulders. So there is a head and shoulders on NVIDIA, which honestly makes me rethink these QQQ calls. Yeah, we're getting dusted on these QQQ calls. I apologize about that, guys. Good thing we still have this SMCI hedge, which is why we took it. So QQQ still coming down here. Look at SMCI. I'm moving stop down on SMCI now, all the way down to 980. 980. So this trade is working out really nice for us. Look at the dump on SMCI, guys. Look at this. We're already up 2.55%. All right, I'm going to cover SMCI, this full trade here, 974.50. 974.50. Covered the full SMCI trade. I am out of that one for a lovely 3.2% on the session. Out of SMCI, guys. And I'm actually going to look at potentially bottom picking NVIDIA here. I did not get filled. Let's see if we get one more little attempt at a decline here on NVIDIA. Wow. What a fade on the Qs and the entire market there. Qs are still coming in, guys. Qs are still coming in. All right, I'm going to do one more ad at the gap fill on the Qs. If we pierce that gap fill, I'm going to do one more ad on the 433 calls. So a nice win out the gate on Nvidia short, a nice win on SMCI short, and the calls right now are still against us. SMCI, what a bounce on SMCI. What a bounce. Good morning. Good morning. SOX up nicely. Yes, it is. Yep. SOX is up 2%, which means that the SOXX is down 0.69. But just remember, the markets have been in a sell side mode, and we could easily see a bounce here. All right, Qs are still struggling here, guys. I'm looking at an Nvidia long. I'll let you know once I get it filled, but I am interested in going long Nvidia. Again, we have triggered a bit of a bear pattern, but we are coming up into some support here that I do like on the long side. So I'm looking at a long entry on Nvidia around 867, 866. The trend line I'm actually watching is an hourly chart trend line, and it really connects these pivots. Oops. Again, but if we break this trend line, I mean, you've already triggered one downside potential move all the way down to 842, 843. But Nvidia is finding some support here. Again, one more little flush into this trend line around 867. We'll go long Nvidia. I'll go long Nvidia. Comment on Nvidia? Yes. Yes. Shamit saying 30 cons 433 average, 40 cons 434 average. Okay. So your average is definitely better than mine. On the 433s, I am getting clapped here on the downside. I'm sitting at $1.13, and on the 434s, I'm sitting at 91 cents. So down quite substantially on both sets of calls at the moment. 434s are getting a little less likely now to play out, but the 433s we still could. We just have to firm up here. We just need to firm up. Tesla getting rocked again. Nice bounce on Nvidia. Microsoft, Apple curling in a touch. Vale still holding up. Mara's up 1.1. Seeing the Dixie still getting slightly faded here, guys. I do have at least, I can still add to the QQQ calls on both sets at least 2 more times, but I haven't done so yet. I'm looking at those 433s and potentially want to add here. I'm just watching this gap. That's the important metric. Let's look at Microsoft again. Microsoft coming in. Alright guys, I'm going to add to my 433 calls if they get to about 80 cents. Between 75 and 80 cents, I am going to add to my 433 calls on the Qs. Right now they're at about 82 cents. They're at 78 cents. All right, guys, I just added to my 433 calls at 78 cents. 78 cents. And we are still going a little bit lower here. My average is now sitting at 98 cents on the 433s. This is a big, big gap zone. I have not added to the 434s. That one, again, that one I might be taking a loss on. But 433s, I'm still optimistic. We are still seeing heavy sell side pressure. I am interested again going long Nvidia off this 867 again. 867, I am interested in going long Nvidia. Markets are still under immense pressure at the moment. PLL and LAC getting a bid up today. Calls should be good. Yeah, calls should be good, but again, just because those dynamics, those tailwinds and headwinds are in favor for the markets doesn't mean we're guaranteed to go up. You could easily see more downside in this market based off of fear, based off of weak price action already. All right, so we are trying to firm up. Again, my 433s are now at 98 cents a contract, getting crushed on the 434s. Those ones are definitely looking pretty grim. Microsoft still curling in a bit, looking like it potentially wants to go for its gap fill. Again, the Q's almost pretty much filled its gap to the downside. I mean, you can say it missed it by a few pennies there on a technical basis. Nvidia's trying to hold this area. I'm seeing the Dixie trying to push a bit higher. Nat Gas back to the negative side. ARM's negative. Meta's negative. AMD's negative. Nvidia's negative. Apple's still positive. Microsoft positive. AVGO positive. Slightly. Google's up 1.37. Look at the semis. Again, it's very rare for the semis to lag the Qs. You know, when they lag the Qs, that's a bit of a telltale sign that we could see more weakness throughout the coming weeks. The SOX is trying to firm up here. SOXX. All right, those QQQ 433s are sitting at 98 cents a contract. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my 434 calls. Again, I do not recommend doing this. It's a very high risk trade, but considering I got such a shitty entry on the first one, I'm going to see if I can at least work this average a little bit. It might be a bad decision, but I'm going to see if I can work this average. Let's see, get this back test off the 434s. All right, I just added at 46 cents a contract to the 434s. 46 cents. That's the second add on the 434s. My average is now sitting at 74 cents a con on the 434s. 433 still sitting at a 98 cents. Getting crushed. So it's a good thing we caught those two shorts, those big shorts off the open on Nvidia and SMCI, because we are seeing some pretty ferocious price action against our calls right now. So again, I apologize right now. It's not the best entry. Still, there's a chance we can at least get in the money and make some money on both ends. But definitely not the best entry on my part on these calls. All right, the Dixie's trying to firm up a touch. Qs look like they're trying to go lower. Regionals are still holding up. As long as the regionals can hold up, this market could still bounce a little bit. But we are seeing some potential fading price action. Nat gas getting faded a little bit too. Oil's at 84 a barrel. Still the majority of sectors are green, but you did have the XLY, so Tesla's sector also turning green today. Sorry, turning red. Tesla and Amazon sector turning red. Not the best sign at the moment. Trying to hold, the Qs are trying to hold its positive gains. S&P and Russell are up 0.25%. The Qs are just flat. The Qs are being lagged because of the semiconductors. The Qs are lagging because of the semis. Crimtonic saying he's been trying to hit more singles rather than going for home runs. Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. That's always the more sustainable thing. Urgent, we might need to wait for SPY to fill the gap. About 70 cents left before we bounce, but let's see. That's a good observation. Let's pull up the S&P 500 here. Yeah, you could be right. You know, you could be right. Certainly the Qs lead the market, and we are getting hit right now. Yikes. Qs are still coming in lower. Sell side pressure from Microsoft. IWM SPY coming for. Yep, they are. Yep, Chris is saying when you're not sure what the market's doing, best to do nothing. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. Again, horrific trade on my end here on these calls. Pretty bad trade on my end, guys. I apologize. So SPY's still well above its gap. Still seeing distribution across the semis. Crypto stocks are still down. Bitcoin's still down 2.25%. This is definitely a bigger support level, but again, a lot of people are eyeing up the SPY and Russell gap. They don't have to hit their gap, but I mean, since the Q's filled its gap, there's this likely scenario that it could. Obviously, there's a likely scenario that it could. Yields are currently down a touch. Q's are still dumping here. Whoa. A little bit of accumulation happening in this range. I won't be adding to these calls anymore, just in case we continue to flush more based off of this gap on the SPY. Yikes. You know, what was looking pretty strong out the open just got faded on the back of semi weakness. All right, guys, I'm going to take a long on common shares here. NVIDIA, I got filled at 867.60. 867.60. It did tap that trend line. It did trap that trend line. You're getting a retest of this zone right now. And we're still seeing this is a 1/4 entry, just common shares on NVIDIA. 867.60. And these are the three ad levels, all the way at 863 and 860 for a potential bounce. Qs are trying to hold, but NVIDIA is still weak here. Very, very weak on the session. NVIDIA is trying to continue to go lower. Still seeing exceptional weakness in the semis. Still seeing the Qs trying to test yesterday's lows. Yesterday's low sitting just below 430, around 429.68. Qs are trying to firm up off the support level. Those 433 contracts are sitting at 63 cents. So I'm down about 35 cents a contract right now. Down about 35 cents on the 433s. Should meet down a little bit today. Yep. Apologies about that. You know, this is why you got to go light on these options. Always size it for loss. Because you can have red days. Not every day is green. Again, it's just really good that we were able to catch those shorts out the open on NVIDIA and SMCI. Those insulated things a little bit. All right, Qs are trying to firm up a touch here. Just a little bit. remember sitting through this whole swing yesterday where we're down about 50%, and then we ended up getting a nice sizable rally. But there's been some crazy, crazy swings recently. If Qs can get back above its previous opening gap range, then we could even push back up to your EMA around 432. Again, I'm sitting at 98 cents. Yeah, it's a tough session. Tough session when the market goes against you right off the open, because then it always puts you in a mentality of trying to chase, trying to get those profits back. Let's see if the market wants to bounce a little bit, or if we're just going to continue a downtrending session. Not good that a lot of the mega caps have faded. Microsoft getting faded. Obviously, Nvidia negative. Amazon's kind of at the lows, still holding positive. Tesla down 1.72% again. Nvidia breaking down. Next ad level on Nvidia is coming up to this 863.34 zone. Qs are still struggling in this range. Nvidia is still seeing some distribution. Dixie yield still soft. IWM has faded a little bit. SPY's fading a touch. Tesla returning to yesterday's low. Is it less enticing to go long? You know, you probably could get a bit of a double bottom support off of yesterday's low. There probably will be some buyers, but if you break through that, the next big support is at 152.77. But there could be a bit of a day trade long there. You could easily take a stab at that on the long side with common shares and then just use yesterday's low as kind of your stop loss. All right, Qs are going even lower here, guys. I'm going to add to my Nvidia common shares. All right, I got filled there. 863.28. We are still going lower. Fierce selling in the semis today. 863.28. Qs are new low of day. Just getting my average on Nvidia is 864.98. And we're still trying to breach this key zone as we speak. Markets are definitely under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure right off the open. Again, the Qs are now down by 0.23%, looking like they're trying to attack yesterday's low of day. Wow. What sheer sell side pressure. So we have a half position long Nvidia. QQQ calls are getting dusted. Apologies about that, guys. I'm down heavy on those call options. So I mean, just to return back to that, looking very unlikely that we get a epic bounce to basically take us back to 433. So in terms of the risk management, you know, if you want to cut those 433s after a minor bounce, you can certainly do so. I'm going to hold on to them, see what happens here. But not a good sign that we're basically trying to breach yesterday's low. Could we get a bounce, back up to 431? Yeah, you could. 431 calls are sitting at about $1 right now. But definitely very, very weak price action in this equity market. Extremely weak. Nvidia trying to get a bounce. Microsoft's almost gone negative. Shamit, just make sure that that's not, going to do exponential damage to your portfolio. Again, you always want to have those options size for loss when you enter an options trade. The best thing to do is, are you risking 500? Are you risking 1,000? You never want to go full port with 0 DTEs because that's how you get blown up. At most, you really want to ever trade, even going 5% of your portfolio is pretty risky. I know there's some traders that will go 10, 20, 40, 50, 60%, but you got to cut your losses within, at least a 10% range if you're going to do that. And right now I'm sitting down pretty much about 50, just a bit less than 50% on the 433s, but I can weather the storm because they've been sized appropriately. Qs are trying to bounce. Nvidia just went basically back to that little bit of a break-even point. Yep, semis are weak. Semis are exceptionally weak right now. Apple's trying to actually firm up, so that might be a little bit of positivity for the market. Apple's trying to firm up. All right, so they're defending the low of day as of now from yesterday, which is a little bit of a near-term positive sign. Dixie's still kind of relatively flat. Microsoft's still seeing heavy sell side. Yeah, exactly, Bart. That's exactly right. Qs just do not want to firm up in this region. They absolutely do not want to firm up. S&P's looking to go negative. The Russell's looking to go negative. This would be the point to try bottom picking some calls again. All right, guys, I'm just going to do a high-risk add here. I'm going to add to my 433s one last time at 46 cents a contract, which is just trying to work my average here a little bit. So I did do another add at 46 cents a contract. My average is now on those 433s sitting at 74 cents a con. So again, I'm still down quite horrifically. And again, that's the final add that I will do. Still holding long on Nvidia off this 864.98. So again, my average on these cons. Now I'm just trying to, even if we go break even at 74 cents a contract, then I will probably look to at least cut these and reevaluate. So at this point, when you're down over 50%, if you can get back to break even by maneuvering, that's a win. Right now, we're not in the position to make money off of this QQQ 433 call. So can we mitigate the losses? Can I try to recover a little bit here? Obviously, adding to a down position is a big no-no sometimes. The trend isn't going in your favor. Typically, you should cut those losses. Average on the 434s, oh, those are pretty much a write-off. My average on the 434s is 74 cents. Those are pretty much a write-off. Again, that's why you size it for loss. Could we get an epic bounce? You know, there's still time in the day, yes. But odds are, I mean, when those cons are down, 60, 70%, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. Qs are trying to bounce. Yep, volume's still there, NVIDIA bulls. I'm still holding common shares again. Everything is still okay in the land of NVIDIA, but a huge fade. Again, we caught a nice short on NVIDIA earlier. Probably should have stuck with it a little bit longer. But you can see even a simple retrace on NVIDIA should take us back to 867. Qs are still struggling though. NVIDIA is still seeing a little bit more downside. And again, NVIDIA's kind of triggered this bearish pattern on both the hourly chart. It's looking for a potential hourly head and shoulders breakdown. And again, I mean, if you confirm that breakdown on NVIDIA, we're looking at a downside target of roughly about 804. So there is a lot of sell side pressure here in NVIDIA. And that should be concerning because it is still one of the most important stocks in the market. Bitcoin just took a heavy dump back below 61.5, so getting hit hard again on BTC's chart. Bitcoin getting rocked at the moment. Let's take a look at BTC USDT. It's getting appealing on the crypto stock front, likes of Coin and MSTR. What's MSTR doing? Down 5.37%. Let's see if we can get a long trade on MSTR. Let me just look at the daily chart because that one got hammered yesterday. It's getting hammered today. Just want to draw these pivot lows to see if we have a potential entry coming up. But a nice consecutive down session in the market for MSTR. Qs are still trying to firm up. All right, let's see what we can get for MSTR. Nice oversold condition intraday. Bitcoin still at the lows. All right, guys, I'm interested in a long on MSTR. Just waiting to see if Bitcoin can bottom out here. We don't want to get caught in any sort of a flash crash event in Bitcoin, but definitely looking somewhat appealing here in this range. Trading at 61.5. All right, guys, I'm going to take a long on MSTR here at 1188 and just use the low of day as a stop loss. 1188.08 long on MSTR. This is a 1/4 position. 1/4 position long MSTR. And my stop will be around 1175 hard stop or a 1 minute close below this wick, this low of day wick. Okay, again, I'm only doing a 1 entry on this position because it's a little bit riskier. Qs still haven't firmed up at all. Bitcoin's still trying to see some more sell side. Qs are coming back lower again. Oh, MSTR, NVIDIA getting rejected. Complete sell side pressure in the market. Look at this. Wow. All right, guys, my stop hit on MSTR there. Geez, instantly, it seems like this is a wrong day to go long in the market. The trend that has been happening right now is every single time we're going long today, we're just getting obliterated. So there's some heavy downward pressure. That's another loss on MSTR. Damn. But that's why we have stops in place, because things can definitely get more oversold. Really, the next long level is only at this 1137 pivot on MSTR. Jeez, what ferocious price action in the market. Bitcoin's still selling here. Dixie making a no-no, VIX popping. Tesla's catching a bid. Google, Microsoft, Amazon still falling. Ooh, Nvidia's making new lows on the session. Still holding this common shares long. Just 1 second, my dog's going crazy. All right, guys, Nvidia's coming up into the next support level here, 860. 860. Let's look at the SMH here, because that's probably getting rocked at the moment with Nvidia and the semi decline. You can see on the daily chart making new lows. Still holding these Nvidia commons, still holding the QQQ calls. Again, down too much. Not an impressive trading session, that's for sure. But this is just the way she goes sometimes. We've been on a good run, and sometimes you just get out of sync with the market, and things can basically go against you quickly, as seen. And again, just shows you that even when the markets are oversold intraday, you're not likely to get a bounce. You're absolutely not likely to get a bounce. Or you're not, I shouldn't say you're not likely, you're not guaranteed to get a bounce. So you have had the Qs down by 0.26%. Nvidia is trying to firm up here. Microsoft filled its a little bit of a gap fill, so Microsoft went briefly negative. Bitcoin's still coming in. MicroStrategy is trying to bounce a bit. Contracts are now up to 45 cents on the 433 calls. Again, I'm sitting at 74 cents on the 433s. 434 calls, you can pretty much write those off. I'm at 74 cents as well. So both sets of contracts at 74 cents. We are down on the trade at the moment. Here comes Nvidia. Nice pump in Nvidia. All right, guys, I'm going to take a stab at MicroStrategy again here. 1175 long, 1/4 position. 1175 long, 1/4 position. Stop loss, again, the risk is this green bar. Look at the move coming in Nvidia. All right, maybe our longs are finally starting to work in favor again. So we're long Nvidia. Nvidia is getting a nice hard bounce. That's in the money. We're still holding those 433 calls, and we also have a long on MicroStrategy. So let's see if we can get any sort of a retrace on MicroStrategy. Your resistance pivot is basically up to 1216. Obviously 1200 is a really big psychological number. Qs are bouncing sharply now. Nvidia is trying to firm up. Come on, press. All right, so we're making our money back on this MSTR. Qs again are pushing. We're only down about 20 cents now per contract. Nvidia is still trying to push. I'm still holding Nvidia. Come on. Give us a little bit more. Dixie rejected. We good? We shall see. Nothing's a guarantee. Bitcoin's trying to bounce, potential 10-minute bottoming tail. Tesla's trying to bounce. Apple's curling up. Big bounce on Microsoft. You have Meta now curling up. Can I get a sound check, guys? Volume on the stream's fairly low. Everyone hearing me okay? 321 CBA, thanks for joining the stream. Haven't seen you in here before, but hopefully we can get your volume situated. All right, Nvidia is still trying to press a little bit here. MicroStrategy seeing some more sellers at the moment. VIX is going to fall hard. Rally incoming, potentially. Yep, potentially. If you look at the QQQ 10-minute chart, we're trying to put in a little bit of a 10-minute bottoming tail. Still a minute 50 in the candle formation. Still MicroStrategy's seeing some more sellers. I'm going to move the stop back down to the low of day. If I can turn the mic up a bit. Let's see what I can get here. Hopefully that's a bit better. All right, MicroStrategy is starting to firm up a touch. We're still seeing the Qs trying to hold this 430 zone. If we can build a base and move past this little resistance point, and more importantly, if we can recapture the gap up, it's never a good sign when the markets gap up and crack. But there's still a scenario, now that they've gotten people bared up since we lost the momentum in the morning, that if we start to push up and get back above these key downsloping trend lines, the market could put in a bit of a near-term reversal. Again, I'm still in this NVIDIA longs, MSTR longs, and then obviously the 433s calls and 434 calls, which are against us at the moment quite substantially. We're down about 24 cents on the 433 calls. My average sitting at 74 cents a con. Anonymous asking, talk about relationship between VIX and the market if you get a chance. Can't volatility go both ways? It absolutely can, but most people think of volatility in one direction. You know, but volatility is obviously two-way direction, up and down. But the VIX only moves up if the markets are selling off. So it's a downside protection hedge. Oil inventories are in a minute. Yes, they are. That's a good sign. Let's look at the crude oil inventories. They should be coming out right now. Look at this initial spike up. Let's go to the 10-minute chart because it is a bit, gives us a little bit more of a time frame. So obviously crude is getting slightly rejected in the near term. Just slightly. Nothing crazy. Markets are trying to push a little bit more. MSTR is catching a bit of a bid. Bitcoin trying to put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. Let's see if the Qs can actually firm up here or if they keep getting slapped down. As of now, they are getting slapped down. Crude oil moving up slightly. I'm going to flip back to that MSTR. NVIDIA getting slightly rejected again. Not good for the Qs. If NVIDIA keeps getting slapped and rejected, this is horrific price action. I am seeing Amazon trying to push. Meta's coming down, though. Apple's coming down. Microsoft coming down, seeing some more sellers. So net, it's hurting the Qs quite sharply. NVIDIA right back to our break-even position right now. Up a little bit on the trade. Potentially carving out a base here. Maybe you have a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders forming on NVIDIA. You can see if we break that neckline, then you do have a little bit more of an upside bullish target on the semis. And if NVIDIA triggers this, I mean, it's going to bring the rest of the semis with it. And it's also going to help the Qs. So if we trigger this little breakout here, you have an upside target of around 876. And believe it or not, that puts us right back above this previous little gap that broke. So here comes the Qs, guys. There's still a chance that these 433s can get us at least back to break even, if not make us a tiny bit of money. But horrific entry, and again, we've been trying to work this average. We're still holding NVIDIA long. Come on, NVIDIA. Press, 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 press. Qs are still struggling a touch here. Still just struggling. They are trying to make a little bit of a move. Just a tiny move. MicroStrategy seeing a little bit more sellers. Chris Maker placed bid for 182 SNDL, bottom fish oversold. Let's look at SNDL. Yeah, I mean, I would be more inclined to let it wait to hit this pivot zone here. Obviously, you can still get a bounce, but 168 I like better. A little bit more support there in terms of the pivot zones, but yeah, I can see you're just trying to play a bit of an oversold bounce intraday. Had a nice little down move, trying to curl up on the RSI. You could get a small bounce, but probably makes new lows of day if the market weakens a bit more. All right, Bitcoin's starting to sell off even more, guys. Bitcoin is still retesting that little 10-minute bottoming tail that it put in. So we are still seeing more sellers trying to emerge in the crypto space. Bitcoin's now trading at 61.1 and falling. You are coming up into a major pivot zone at 60,800 and give or take a few pennies. So QQQ still putting in lower lows, lower highs on the session. We have not had any sort of reversal take place. Nvidia basically back to break even. Bigger dump coming into Bitcoin, guys. A big dump coming into Bitcoin. It's now hitting a previous day low. Oh, it's breaking. It's going lower. We may get... I feel like we're going to get a sharp reversal here in the crypto space. Instead of this stop loss, I'm going to add if we get a flush to about 1151 on MicroStrategy. Since it's only a 1/4 position, if we flush to 1151 on MicroStrategy, I will look to add to the position, and then 1137. Bitcoin's still under immense pressure. Still holding long Nvidia commons, long MSTR commons. I still think that MSTR, if Bitcoin can catch a minor bounce, we push back up to about 1216 on the session, which would be about a 3.6% move to the upside. The S&P is trying to firm up here, but still struggling. Qs are still struggling. Nvidia is trying to make a little bit of move higher, but still finding resistance sellers at this little neckline zone. Again, the inverse has created a right shoulder, so this might be where we continue to break out. Notice how Nvidia is tapping its neckline ahead of the Qs. So again, Nvidia is now starting to potentially lead. Again, if semis can bottom, then we could have the QQQ push back up into this 431.80 range, but still so much sell side pressure occurring. You have Meta at the lows. Google's coming in. Microsoft's coming in a touch now. Q's right back down. Look at that red bar. And that was from Microsoft. Microsoft's seen a heavy red bar down there. Heavy red bar down on Microsoft. Q's are still struggling. Wow, what sell side pressure in the Qs. Bitcoin getting a nice little bounce back above 61K. MSOS in the green. Chris is saying MSOS in the green. Meta's dumping here. Meta's making new lows on the session. These QQQ calls are still against us. Guys, I'm going to take another call option play, but instead I'm going to look at 431s and 432s. I'm still seeing NVIDIA trying to firm up here. All right, guys, I just entered 432 calls at 59 cents a contract. Please size these for loss. We've been in a downtrend. 432 calls at 59 cents. Still holding 433s and 434s. Still holding commons on MSTR and NVIDIA, which were slightly flat on MSTR. In the green on NVIDIA. NVIDIA's trying to make another attempt at a breakout here. It's testing this little bit of a inverted head and shoulders neckline once again. Even the Qs are forming the same potential pattern here. Currently down about 34 cents on the 433s. Down about 50 cents on the 434s. And slightly green, about 10 cents on the 432s. So trying to make it back here. We are in the money on these commons, and there could be a sizable amount of upside if NVIDIA can really start to firm up here and recapture this gap. So again, that was a key gap today where we gapped up and the markets got faded. MSTR trying to bounce, Bitcoin's trying to bounce. Tesla's trying to firm up, still no bid in Microsoft. That's coming down. That's what's hurting the market right now, is Microsoft is seeing some heavy distribution in this range. It's almost gone to the negative side. Apple's still struggling. Potential little bear flag on Apple forming. Wow, look at these Qs coming in. Let's see if NVIDIA can make another attempt. Again, NVIDIA was ripping in the pre-market. That high was all the way back up there on that 888 level. Pretty crazy to think that it got faded so sharply. So sharply. All right, so Meta's trying to find a little bit of a bottom here. So is Microsoft. NVIDIA again battling this neckline with sheer force. Will the bulls get a little bit of reprieve and break us out of this little inverse? If NVIDIA breaks its inverse, then obviously it makes it more likely that the Qs can break out of its inverse. But this market is definitely struggling a bit. Definitely struggling. All right, let's see if we can make some money back on these 432s and 433s. Again, if 433s can get us back to break even, I would be happy with that. NVIDIA, here we go. Here comes the attempt, guys, at breaking out on NVIDIA. Again, you have the Russell and SPY still holding positive gains, but the semis are lagging. You have Tesla negative, MSTR down by 5, ARM's down by 7. Whoa, I didn't even see ARM got slaughtered. So ARM is down by 7%. Woo-wee. You have Canopy Growth down by 6.4. ACB Aurora down by 4.7. But MSOS still showing some slight green. Bitcoin's trying to catch a bid. So we should see MicroStrategy start to pump a little bit here, as Bitcoin has bounced from really a low of 60,740-ish back up to about 61.7. Come on, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's back above that neckline. Still trying to get the true breakout signal, but Microsoft's looking heavy. That could dampen the party. Meta's looking extremely heavy, now trading at 495. Its 50-day moving average on Meta's sitting all the way at 493. So maybe there's a scenario where Meta wants to dump all the way down to that 493 zone today, where it has 50 MA support. We got to pay close attention to that because obviously that could hurt the market if Meta decides to keep pressing lower in the near term. Google's creating a bit of a bull flag pattern. Amazon you could construe as a potential 5-minute bull flag. Nvidia making another attempt at pushing. Apple just putting in potentially some higher lows, but really no higher highs. Again, if it starts to struggle here, it could be a intraday bear flag on Apple. Here goes MSTR. That one's catching a nice little bid. Firming up. No breakout on Nvidia. Nvidia's still trying here, guys. Tesla's now coming in a bit more. Apple's still seeing more sellers. Now Google's curling down. So again, still hurting these QQQ calls at the moment. Still no breakout on Nvidia. No breakout on the Qs. The sell side pressure is trying to simmer down a bit here in the Qs. The Dixie's still holding slight positive gains. Oil's still trading at 84 a barrel. It hasn't really made a decisive move higher. Come on. Let's give us some sort of an upside reprieve in the Qs. Again, if we break even lower on the Qs, you can see that we have this little bit of a trend from pivot to pivot to pivot. That would be a very, very bad breakdown if the Qs lose this key area. And we are trying to come lower again. Still seeing heavy distributive price action. More sectors have turned red. I repeat, more sectors have turned red. MSTR still in the green. Trying to form a little bit of a base here in MSTR. Come on, Qs. Give us a little bit of a pump here. Again, the Dixie's still trading at 106.2022. UVIX is down 2. VIX is down 2.94. 10 years down 0.8. 2 years down 0.6. Oil slightly red. Nat gas down on the session as well. Nvidia, still no breakout on Nvidia, trading underneath the key resistance, this upsloping, but trying to break out of its little inverted head and shoulders, but the Qs just don't want to firm up. Sell side pressure being observed in Microsoft and Nvidia right now. Apple's chopping sideways, currently stuck under 170. Amazon's trying to catch a little bit of a buyer's bid here. Same thing with Tesla. Tesla's trying to move up off of the lows. It's still down 1.25% in Tesla. So every day Tesla just keeps getting battered and bruised. Battered and bruised. Come on, Nvidia. We're still slightly green on Nvidia, but I'm looking for a little bit more just with how oversold the Qs are intraday. Still think we should get some sort of a bounce in this market. I'd be hard pressed to think that we don't get a bounce. Netflix week on the session. Come on, Qs. Let's see what we got. Again, so we're riding 432s, 433s, and 434s. 434s are almost a write-off on the Qs. 433s, there's maybe a potential that we can get back to break even. 432s obviously have a chance. We're slightly green on the session, sitting at 59 cents a con, but let's see if we can finally break out on Nvidia and the Qs and give some sort of a bullish reprieve to the market. Come on, Q's testing the neckline again. I'm seeing positive price action coming into Microsoft at the moment. Apple really hasn't firmed up off this bounce. But Microsoft, Google, Meta all curling up. Amazon's trying to trigger a little bit of a 5-minute bull flag pattern. So that's looking a little bit more optimistic. Come on, Q's. Push, push, push. Let's see if we can get the technical breakout. We should see Nvidia start to rip as well. So we're sitting nicely in Nvidia. Here comes the test of the inverted head and shoulders neckline break, guys. Here we go. This could be the bullish potential reversal that we've been waiting for. Obviously, it would have been better if we waited on these calls, but 432s are now green, printing hard. Still down about 30 cents on the 433s. Come on, Qs. Let's just mark the 432 strike zone on the chart, which is sitting right up. Nice little move coming. Nvidia hasn't even really broken out yet, so the strength is from Apple, Microsoft, and Google, and Meta right now putting in a nice reversal. So those 432s were up about 18 cents, 20 cents now. Still looking for a bit more. Qs have triggered this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders breakout. You can see the upside target is roughly about 431.78. Nvidia still hasn't even really broken out above this resistance, but it's looking like it's close to doing so. That's what takes the Qs the next leg higher. Nvidia pushing. I'm going to start scaling out of this Nvidia long when we hit this 870.84 zone. That's a 382 retrace. Qs are still trying to hold steady. Nvidia's kind of lagging and dampening the party in the near term. Apple, nice bid. Microsoft, nice bid. Qs are still trying here. Again, your high of day yesterday was sitting all the way up at 433.77-ish. 433.77-ish. Oil's continuing to see some positive price action off the inventories. Daisy May's throwing up the Nvidia bull emoji. Right now, Nvidia's struggling. Still slightly green. Qs again potentially losing this little breakout zone. This is where the bulls need to defend this neckline, or else we run the risk of a failed breakout and potentially could make new lows on the session. Oh my goodness, they could flush this market today if things don't firm up here. Wow, look at that flush in the market. Huge down day, huge down move. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Big breakdown in Nvidia. Failed pattern on the Qs right back down to the lows. Looking to make a new low of day. I mean, they're just, every little breakout attempt in the Qs, they're selling it. So, I mean, this is what a distributive day looks like. That was a harsh candle down. Making new lows on the session, making new daily lows. You haven't closed on the new lows, but things are looking pretty grim at the moment. Wow. They are taking this market down. Holy, look at that big technical breakdown occurring, guys. Jeez. What a rejection. Wow. Puts are printing again. We just got crushed on all of those calls. I apologize about that, guys. Wow, horrific day. Honestly, this type of price action where you're just out of sync with the market just makes me want to take a break, walk away from the screens, reset, because I have not seen and called this price action today well. Jeez, horrific day. This is a day where I'm going to have to do a lot of reflection on the price action and see where we went wrong. Tried chasing the gap up and got absolutely wrecked on those calls. Wow. Honestly, guys, with this type of price action, what we're seeing right now, we could hit that gap fill in the Qs at 426.66. The way they're selling this market, it's just absolute sell side pressure. All right, guys, I just added to my NVIDIA down here at 857.46. Still holding common shares. That's a 3/4 position. My average is now sitting at 860.87. 860.87. I'm not going to add to the calls. Common shares I'm a little bit okay with because we don't have that theta. Still looking to accumulate a little bit more MSTR if we flush a little bit lower. About 1150. Because we consolidate a little bit, I'll lower this down to about 1150.5. But these semis just got dusted. Holy. Wow. Wow, look at the sell. Now, we have a 3/4 position long common shares in NVIDIA. So there's still technically, I have ability to add one more position size to NVIDIA. It's risky because we are still selling hard. But my final entry on NVIDIA is basically going to be about $5 lower. Right around 852.40. But I will not be adding more contracts on the calls or call side right now. I mean, you could probably get some sort of a bounce back up here, but new lows on the session. The fact that we tried breaking out, got absolutely hammered in rejection, never a good sign. Unless we get some sort of miraculous, I'm taking an absolute loss on these positions. Oil still trying to make a move higher here. Let's see if we can still squeeze some profits out of these NVIDIA trades. I mean, we could have had the opportunity to skim profits there, but held on to the trade a little bit too long, and obviously the market punished us for it. Bitcoin's still coming back down again. Yeah, I know. 428 Feb gap. I mean, that's crazy. If we can actually hit that gap, you know, you have the first gap from actually February 20th. That's sitting at around 426.60 or 70-ish, 426.70-ish. And then you have the much larger gap to the downside from February 21st at 425, just above 425. But what a down day occurring in the semis. All indices are now red. Tesla down. Apple still slightly green, up 0.25%. But Microsoft has been faded here. Down slightly now, negative on the session. Yep. We all should have held puts. Again, that's my apologies on this one. Definitely out of sync today with the market. Just the way she goes sometimes, right? It just shows you the sheer danger in these call options and put options, right? Markets can go against you in the blink of an eye. You know, to think that we were even up on those 432s a bit, and then just in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, boom, wrecked us. You know, let's see if we get any sort of reversal, any sort of reprieve. There's been a big amount of liquidity that's been traded with the gap up, and then they fade it. So, I mean, even the range on the Qs, if you look at the high end of this range, which we hit, down to the low end, we've already had about a 1% down move in the market. So it's a nice amount of sell side pressure for this time frame in the morning. We're only trading at 11 o'clock, so we've been trading for about 90 minutes here, and we've already had about a 1% down move in the Qs from the high to the low. And this is coming on the back of, a few different weak session points from the following days. So at the moment, the Dixie's slightly being faded. Apple's still showing green. Microsoft back to the green side. Bitcoin still down 3.91. MSTR down 6.96. Google still hanging on up 1.14. Lululemon's up 1.14. Marijuana stocks getting slightly faded at this point. Yep, definitely an intimidating market today. When you get caught on the wrong side, the market tells you instantly when you're wrong. Good day for anyone that caught puts. Not a good day for us here in the live trading room. Hopefully some of you inversed me and went short instead of long. I clearly took the wrong path today. Let's see what type of support intraday we're at now. Let's see if there's any sort of channels that we're about to chop in. There is this channel that we could be chopping in now. Just going to put it in blue. You can see we've hit the low end. You've had two little pivot highs. Pivot high to pivot high. Pivot low to pivot low. Imagine they bounce us all the way back up. Qs are trying to firm up. If we can establish a little bit of a range back above this previous little low pivot, then we could start to move up here. Still holding NVIDIA, MicroStrategy, 432 calls, 433 calls, and 434 calls. Nice little move up in the Qs. It's common sense asking any Fed members that talked. There might have been some initial Fed talk, but I honestly wasn't aware of anything crazy important. There's nothing really crazy for the remainder of the week in terms of Fed members. Let's just see if anyone came out and blabbed their mouth today. You do have the ECB talking at 11:45, but really no Fed members this morning. Big bounce in the Qs, so those 432s at least are back green. 432 calls are back green, still down about just under 50% on the 433s, but Qs are getting a big bid. Back in the green on NVIDIA, back in the green on MSTR. Potential little bullish reversal occurring in the Qs. Let's see if we can get any sort of a continuation. I just want to put the 10-minute chart on the Qs just to see. So notice how we had that low from yesterday. You got a little bit of a break on the 10-minute chart, but no confirmed break. Trying to hold the next 7 minutes is critical for the Qs. If we can still hold above this area, this might be a little bit of a failed breakdown, which could yield higher price action, but it's very pivotal. The next 7 minutes, if we confirm this breakdown, not a good sign. As of now, markets are still trying to hold steady and recapture that yesterday's low. There's no inverse head and shoulders on NVIDIA at the moment. although we are currently green slightly on the position, which is at least a little bit of a near-term positive sign. So reflecting on today's price action just internally here, I think since we're in a distributive phase, I think I'm going to switch my strategy, at least in the near term. Instead of playing options by going long, I'm probably just going to be looking at common shares long. I'm really just seeing how they've completely obliterated those calls, crushed the theta, moved it. I mean, obviously bad entries, but I think that as we go through this distribution phase, this little bit of a corrective phase in the market, I think the safer bet is to just call out common shares. That way we don't have the theta decay. Because you can clearly see even with the down moves, we're still managing to work this NVIDIA average. We're still holding MicroStrategy in the green. So, I mean, there's some signs of positivity, but it's just the options, the three options plays that we called out in the morning. NVIDIA is still trying to firm up, but NVIDIA is putting in lower lows, lower highs. MicroStrategy is still trying to firm up, but Bitcoin's selling off here yet again. Seeing some more distribution in this range. Qs are still trying to catch another bid. So we're up about 7 cents on those 432s, down sharply on the 433s and 434s. But again, there's still a shot that we can get these 433s to at least break even. MicroStrategy, we're in the green, and Bitcoin's still selling off. NVIDIA, we're in the green. Meta's trying to recapture its short-term moving averages. Still have SMCI down 0.4, AMD down 1.26. Apple, Microsoft holding some positive gains at the moment. So as long as those, same thing with Google and Amazon. So I mean, you still have a few mega caps that are holding positivity, which means that you could see this market firm up. Anyone who took that low of day double bottom on Tesla is laughing because you got a huge bounce off of 153.80-ish, 153.88, and you traded all the way up to about 155. So couple dollar bounce there on Tesla. So nice job if anyone took that trade on the long side. You can see the Qs are struggling yet again. Maybe this is now the right shoulder that we build for a potential inverse. So just trying to suss out some bull options here. Maybe this is the right shoulder we're about to build, and then we could get a breakout later on. But as of now, they're still selling the Qs, dumping it a little bit more. Sell side pressures coming from Microsoft and Apple at the moment. Tesla's still trying to hold a little bit steady at this 155.50 zone. Qs right back down. The dollar did get faded a touch. It's still showing signs of green. The UVIX actually turned green. That's not a positive sign for the market. The UVIX is turning green. Take profit at 866 now instead. Is that NVIDIA? No, I'm holding a little bit more for NVIDIA. I still think this EMA 113 is likely going to get tapped again on NVIDIA. The dollar's coming down a bit more. Google's trying to break its little bull flag. MicroStrategy's firming up nice. So again, upside target on MicroStrategy still around 1200 to 1216. Obviously 1200 is your psych number, your whole number. So that will be, there will likely be some little bit of selling that takes place there. But anything in this 1200 to 1216 range, that's between 2% to 3.5% gain on the trade if we sell in that range. I'll probably look to trim at 12 and then move stop losses to in the money. With NVIDIA, again, target is that EMA 113. Obviously, it is a down-sloping EMA, so the target will be moving down as price action progresses. Still seeing Tesla trying to firm, Microsoft trying to firm up here, Google still bullishly consolidating, Meta trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here, trying to recapture yesterday's low as well. Natural gas seeing a little bit of buyers off that key 186 zone yet again. Right now, the Russell's negative by 0.18. Qs are lagging the entire indices down by 0.34. Apple, Microsoft still green. Gold, silver positive on the session. 10-year yields now down 1%. SMCI down 0.9. AMD down 1.4. Bitcoin at the moment down 4.28. Nat gas slightly negative. Meta down half. ARM down 7.3. Amazon, Google's showing some positivity. Regionals have got faded, only up 0.5% at the moment on the KRE. Eli Lilly's showing some strength. Palo Alto, Roku, Rig, Vale, Snapchat's green, Enphase green. Spirit Airlines showing some positivity. Still the majority of sectors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors red. The important sectors like retail are struggling. Dow Jones transports are struggling. Regionals are holding steady. Industrials, XLK, real estate, XLV, XLY, all negative. So we're in the green on our NVIDIA. Up a couple bucks on the trade. Slightly green on MicroStrategy. Looking for more QQQ calls against us. Dollar's coming down a little bit. What's interesting is Tesla's actually trying to firm up off of the lows here. So maybe that's a short-term signal of some potential bullish price action that we could experience in the late half here. So they just have the Qs pinned in this range right now, really struggling at yesterday's low. Looking to come down a bit more. MicroStrategy seeing more sell. Bitcoin right back down to the lows, guys. Bitcoin's just seeing some fierce sell side pressure. Just relentless selling. There's a big pop on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's back testing this previous little neckline where it tried breaking out, had a failure. Back above that, short-term positive signal. Just give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, so MicroStrategy had a big dump there. New lows on Bitcoin. Qs are trying to firm up. Nice breakout on Nvidia. Really trying to firm up here again. This is the leading stock that we need to firm up in order for the Qs to press a little bit higher here. MicroStrategy, I'm still interested in potentially buying a little bit more down here on MSTR. Again, this is only a 1/4 entry, 1150, 1137. That's our next two add levels. And there's still a potential for a fourth entry down at 1125, 1125.70. So right now we're seeing Nvidia trying to get a nice little firming in price action, but we need Microsoft and Apple to firm up here. Apple really hasn't gotten going. Even though it's still holding some positivity, it has not started to move. All right, guys, I'm about to add to my 432 calls. 432 calls. I just added at 40 cents. 40 cents to the 432s again. Please, light share size. Calls have not been working today. My average is now sitting at 43 cents a con here. 43 cents a con. Sorry, 48 cents a con. My apologies. 48 cents a con. Still holding Nvidia. Slightly green, up by about $3 on the session. Nvidia is trying to firm up, which makes me a little bit more confident the Qs should catch a bit at some point, but Microsoft, Google looking heavy. Now Amazon breaking down. Oof, not a good price action in Amazon. So these Qs are getting hurt yet again. But definitely some big weakness coming into Microsoft, Google, Amazon all simultaneously, while Nvidia is trying to press a little bit more. Some of the other big boys are coming in. QQQ still struggling, breaking down some more. Heavy price action in Microsoft and Google. Heavy price action. It does appear they're trying to take us even lower. This is still a harsh downtrend in the Qs at the moment. And the only positivity right now is that Nvidia is still holding its significant bounce off of the lows, as opposed to Qs have been seeing a little bit more sell side. So whenever Nvidia is strong, obviously that puts a little bit more of an underlying bullish sentiment in the semis. And we have seen Nvidia carry and turn market price action. In both ways, we've seen Nvidia push the market into more bullish price action and bearish price action. So, I mean, now we run the scenario. If Nvidia starts to give this flag up, it's going to take the Qs down new lows. So we need Nvidia to remain steady because it hasn't sold off as the Qs have been selling in this range. Nvidia actually pushed up a little bit higher. So showing a little bit more relative strength as we speak. But definitely at an inflection point here, it can really either help these markets or hinder them at this point, because the Qs are struggling right now with Microsoft, Google, Amazon coming in a touch. Apple's now negative on the session. That's not positive. Google's starting to give up some of its gains. Nat Gas trying to make a little bit of a move higher here in the near term. Still struggling, but trying to make a move. Qs are still breaking. There's a fairly big positive divergence on the 10 and 20 minute chart of the Qs. Fairly big positive divergence. QQQ is actually testing a major trend line right now that we're breaching. Again, sell side target on Nvidia is basically back to this 868 range now if we can get a bid in the market. A little bit of a buyer's bid coming back into the indices. Look at Nvidia breaking its bull flag. So at least we're up on that trade nicely, up about $4 per share. Q's being sold right into though. Look at that. Every little bounce, right? We just keep seeing pretty fierce sellers. Tesla making a big green stick to the upside. So Tesla's now trying to firm up. Netflix still curling down a touch. Currently down slightly by 0.77. Let's see if Nvidia can build off of this momentum, and let's see if other semis can help. You still never really got a higher 1 minute close in this consolidation range. You tried, but you got sold right back into. QQQ still struggling. SPY down 0.19, IWM down 0.35, QQQ down 0.48. So more the weakness is in the Qs, strength is in the SPY. You still have regionals, materials, communications, energy, financials, staples, and utilities positive, but you have consumer discretionary, healthcare, real estate, tech, and industrials negative. Bitcoin's still trying to hold 61,000. Microsoft's pretty much at yesterday's low of day. Still seeing more and more sellers. Google coming in a touch. Tesla and Nvidia trying to firm up. Apple seeing some buyers in this region. Microsoft actually has a gap fill at 413.64. Potentially that's where the market will only bounce, is if Microsoft fills its lower boundary gap, which is about 40 cents away or so. So pay close attention to that Microsoft gap fill at 413.64. That's where Microsoft could want to be bottoming out, which means that the Qs probably won't get a bid until it hits that zone. Meta curling back down, Google curling back down, Amazon still struggling, down 0.35%. Amazon's 20-day MA is sitting at 182.21. Still trying to observe Tesla and Nvidia trying to firm up. MicroStrategy is still struggling in this region. Qs are getting peeled back away a little bit more. Microsoft's almost into that gap, guys. It's a few pennies away. Microsoft, that could be a potential near-term bottom in the Qs when Microsoft fills that gap. It's very close. Very close. So we are seeing some buyers stepping up here. Nvidia is trying to still build off of this momentum. Apple's seeing some flow coming in. It's basically back to the green side. Tesla's trying to put in a bottom here. Tesla's looking actually firm. It's only down 0.5% now. So you've seen other QQQ stocks take a beating. The likes of Tesla firming up quite nicely. So Tesla's looking like it wants to go green today. That's kind of the formation that I'm seeing playing out into Tesla, which means that Amazon could also catch a bid if consumer discretionary ETF firms back up. Microsoft still hasn't filled the gap to the downside, so I mean, we're very close. We came, roughly about 6 pennies away from filling that 413.64 gap. Nvidia is still seeing more sellers, so that's hurting the Qs. MicroStrategy going lower here. Bitcoin breaking 60,500. I'm still interested in adding to MicroStrategy around this 1150 zone. Bitcoin breaking the low of day from Saturday. Qs are still struggling here. All right, Microsoft is about to test it. Just filled its gap. Microsoft did fill its gap and it's dumping hard. So this is where we should see if Microsoft wants to firm up. It should start to happen in this range, but they are dumping it hard on Microsoft. Whoa. Big dump on Microsoft. Now down 0.3% and falling. Still holding above the low. But definitely some crazy price action here in the Qs. The downtrend is clear. So Microsoft did fill its gap. Guys, I just added to my micro strategy there at 1150 even. 1150 even. That is the second entry. My average is now sitting at 1161.19. Q's new lows. Whoa, look at that. Oh my goodness, the sell side pressure is immense, guys. Is immense. Jeez. Just like that, our Nvidia trades back underwater. Still accumulating micro strategy. Again, Microsoft did fill its gap. It actually blasted through that gap fill with sheer force. Meta making new lows. Yeah, really nothing looks good in the equity markets right now other than a couple handful of stocks and obviously shorts. VIX spiking here. Yields are still soft. Oil's even selling off now. Hard red bar down on oil. MicroStrategy keeps falling here. Bitcoin still seeing more sellers, now testing around that 60K mark. Good for our BITI short with members. That Bitcoin chart is getting hit pretty hard, so BITI is performing nicely. Members, I just sold my BITI here. Sold at 861. Sold my BITI at 861. That's a swing trade with members. Just sold my BITI with members. It's a swing trade. You liked it better when we were bearish? I know. Trust me, I wish I was a bear today. Yeah, these calls are just getting slaughtered. Even with the shorts on Nvidia and SMCI earlier, I'm still down about 2,700 on the session. Not a good day trading session. We are getting absolutely slaughtered here in the equity markets. Still long Nvidia accumulating. We have one more add entry on Nvidia down here at this 850-250 zone. I don't think I'm going to play any calls or puts today. It's definitely not a good day on the call side. So we're still in a big downtrend, but at some point we should see some sort of a snap rally. We are getting extremely oversold. S&P's negative, Q's negative. I mean, the range on the Q's is pretty sharp, right? A high all the way up here around that 433 zone. Now we're trading at 427. I mean, I wish I rode puts all the way down, but it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Again, so we did take profits on our Bitcoin short, members. We did take profits on our Bitcoin short. Things are still super, super risky. So a really decent sized corrective day in the markets. We're still holding this MSTR for a day trade, as well as members just got another alert, another buy alert for another equity. Nvidia is still down by about $3, $2.50 or so on the trade. It is trying to trickle a little bit lower here on us. Still no bounce in the Qs. Amazon still looking exceptionally heavy. Microsoft looking exceptionally heavy. Google Meta coming down. Tesla's still trying to firm up across the board. You are still seeing some positive price action in Tesla. Still no bounce yet really in the Qs. Amazon's still falling sharply here. Whoa. Amazon's piercing through the 20-day moving average with fierce sell-side pressure. Amazon's just busted through its 20-day moving average with fierce sell-side pressure. I mean, absolute crazy, immense selling in the Qs. Let's just reset all of these trends. Look at this hourly chart of the Qs. We're almost at this gap fill. Can you believe that? You know, I did not expect that gap to be hit today. I did expect it to be filled, but I did not expect it to happen pretty much almost today. All right, guys, it's now approaching 11:38. I am going to take a little bit of a break here. If anything changes regarding NVIDIA, basically if NVIDIA loses this low of day, I'll stop out. I don't want a chance of it going and getting a flusher late in the session. But if NVIDIA loses this low of day, I will stop out. Still holding MSTR long, day trade at 1160. Still have an upside target. I'm going to change this upside target on the day trade basically because the market's weak. Around 1186. I'm looking for a move up to 1186. That could happen today. Obviously, Bitcoin needs to firm up. But these QQQ calls are pretty much positioned for a loss. I wouldn't try averaging down on these positions. It hasn't worked. Sure, the markets are still more oversold than they were, but definitely they can keep trending lower, especially with that gap fill looming down below. Really, it does seem like we're just dropping in this channel. Every time we hit the high, we're selling off to the low. Then you get a little bit of a bounce, sell back down to the low, pop to the high, selling back down to the low. So definitely a confirming downtrend in the market today. Again, you're extremely oversold on the 10-minute chart, putting in a little bit of a divergence. This bear flag seems too perfect the way it's forming. Microsoft's catching a nice bid right now. So is Apple. Google's still selling. Meta's still selling. Nvidia's still selling. Apple's still selling. Whoops. You can get 20 cents to them, you'll sell. Thanks, Daisy May. We'll be waiting for the stream. Yep. Just one of those days, right, where calls did not work and have not worked. Puts have been the bread-winning trade of the day. All right, guys, I'm going to go silent on the mic. If anything changes with these NVIDIA and MicroStrategy trades, I'll let you know. As for the call options, again, they're pretty much the 434s, 433s are looking to expire worthless. And we can reassess tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a new day. We'll reassess, but definitely taking this one on the chin. Hopefully we can still see NVIDIA and MicroStrategy firm up. Members, at least we did make a nice trade on our Bitcoin short. That one we did close today, so nice job if you were able to bank with us on that. A nice 11.14% winning on a decent sized chunk in the portfolio, but that one is now closed. Doesn't mean Bitcoin's a long here. You could still break down further, but taking some profits here in the market today. You're getting a little bit of a positive divergence on the 4-hour Bitcoin chart, which means it could bounce a bit. Let's see if the market... Yeah, Urjit saying the Russell's catching a bit. Let's see if the market will follow. Just keep in mind the Qs have been weak, underperforming everything today, so it doesn't mean it has to catch a bid. All right, guys, I'll be silent on the mic, and I'll try to see you back in a little bit. Just a quick update here, guys. I'm still holding MSTR. I'm going to hold NVIDIA overnight, depending on what we do here. Unless we pop into this 863 range, I'll take profits. Again, my average is sitting at 856 for NVIDIA, and MSTR, we're obviously in the green quite nicely, sitting around this 1161 zone. So definitely seeing the markets trying to firm up. I'll be back on probably for power hour session. Hey everybody, welcome back to the live stream. All right, so QQQ had a significant bounce and then obviously got faded again. Into the last 32 minutes here of the market session, you have the S&P 500 down 0.5%. QQQ Nasdaq's currently selling off down 1.17%, and that's from a gap up sell-off. So right now the Nasdaq, the QQQ is significantly underperforming. Russell 2000 is down 0.9%. Yields are softer today, closing down 1.67% on the 10-year. 2 years down 1%. VIX is currently negative. Gold down 0.5%. Silver currently selling off. We were able to exit that NVIDIA trade with a slight gain. Still holding. We took some profits on MSTR earlier in the chat. Again, those calls didn't play out, so that was certainly not a positive trade. But the other two ended up playing out. MSTR Bitcoin still seeing some downward pressure along with the market as a whole. You know, they could flush this thing, but we are selling off from, again, an all-time high scenario, so there should be some support along the way. But right now, a lot of the big stocks like NVIDIA getting crushed, underperforming, down 3.79, AMD down 5.4, SMCI down a couple percent, Nat Gas trying to eke out a gain here of 1.33. But markets are selling off pretty sharply here. Very, very sharply. What's also interesting, I mean, you look at the market as a whole. I'm just going to put the QQQ in this corner here. Look what's happening to oil today. Oil got also massacred to the downside. Closing down 2.89%. So losing that $84 target, one that was accomplished a couple weeks ago, and now looking to test the next support, which you're currently at some near-term support, these pivot highs. No real moving averages there that confluence in that zone. But definitely a big down move in oil, which in theory should help the market stabilize here. I do think there's a strong chance that many stocks can actually start to form a bounce. We've seen some weak stocks recently staging a bounce, like Humana, Lulu. Dixie's still holding above this breakout. It'll be interesting to see how we close the week on the US dollar. Trying to gun for that 106 area again, but losing it. Much harder to hear this afternoon. Let's try to turn this up. So we're just looking at Nat Gas. It's currently positive on the session, up 1.33% and climbing. The S&P 500 is currently trading at that psychological whole number 500 on the SPY ETF. And you can see we actually made a low here all the way at 499.12. So right now the S&P is still seeing some downward pressure along with the Qs, so mega cap tech continuing to be weak. Still seeing some downward pressure You have Microsoft sitting at some 4-hour chart support, the EMA 113. Again, I do think that there's a likely scenario you can stage a bit of another bounce here. You obviously saw how fast this one occurred. Could easily occur into the final session here. Still seeing some downward pressure. S&P trying to make a run up here. SPY currently trading at 501.34 and climbing. Let's zoom into a little bit of a smaller term time frame. You can see you're creating a potential little higher low here. If we break this high, S&P could start to push for this previous high again, but as of now, I mean, you look at the market, it's been a pretty strong downtrend, but there's still some strength. Utility sector up 2%, staples up 0.3, financials up 0.4, communications up 0.2, you have materials up 0.2, so KRE regional is still green, so there's still some pockets of strength in this market. So at some point you would anticipate, the likes of Nvidia and AMDs to at least see probably some sort of an intraday bounce. But it's not going to be good. If you start taking out this low, that's where things could get a lot more dicier. There's actually a good scenario here. Nvidia could keep breaking down lower. You could easily see it try to test its 50-day. It's sitting at 836. That would not be a solid sign for the market. On this chart, it's 836 actually. Yeah, 836 the 50-day is currently sitting at. So that's a big level. So Shamit, you're asking about a couple of the gaps going back January 30th. So I mean, you're filling this massive technical gap right now. Today that's a very strong point. If you keep selling off through that, your next technical gap fill is basically all the way back here at 416. So that's the gap you're talking about, these two. I'd be shocked if you don't get a bounce before that. Obviously the next two big support levels you're looking at are these here. Obviously that pivot high matches up with that gap. You have this breakaway gap. That was a nice 4-bar surge on volume, heavier volume. Do you think we'll get a bounce on SPY around 497? Let's look at SPY. I do think that this is bounce territory. Whether or not it holds for a long time, it might be a 1 or 2 day bounce at the minimum, maybe a week or two. At this point, we really got to see how oil continues to perform. A nice down day on oil, selling off pretty sharply. So oil is now trading at 82. Fairly decent decline. So that's certainly less pressure on the incoming CPIs, but it has to maintain this lower price action, right? 1 day doesn't certainly start it. Oh, for sure. If we flush into 497, Brina Bear, definitely I think we'll get a bounce into 497. If not here, right? Like 497 on SPY. Obviously, you haven't filled your gap yet, but the Qs typically lead the market. So, I mean, you really have to watch the Qs because they're going to lead the charge. Right now, they're holding their gap. They're above it. This 425.60 is your QQQ gap. You lose that area, it does look like SPY will flush into its gap fill then. But again, your S&P selling off a few days in a row into a nice technical gap area. Whole psychological number of 500 on the SPY. Yeah, good risk to reward right now for a potential bounce. Absolutely. Down 6% on CGC, up 3% on SNDL. Really expecting a pop this week on FOMO. Lots of rescheduling rumors. Chris is saying that. Thanks, Chris. Mentioned Kara several times. It just keeps bouncing off mid 60 cents and gives 10% moves, low volume, so it's hard to get out. But Kara run back to 90 cents. Yeah, the low volume stocks are always difficult. So as long as you hold this 542 level, which you're bouncing sharply in the S&P and the Qs here, you could easily push back up to 506. Markets are definitely in a oversold territory, and there is still a lot of money on the sidelines waiting to buy a dip, although it seems like it's relentless selling right now. Not saying go along here, but there's certainly a chance that markets can continue to have a nice upward trending bounce late into the end of the day here. And if for some reason we get a trending move into the last 10 minutes here, that could likely continue tomorrow. But then there's some chance of a potential reversal still. So it's going to be interesting. I do think that this facelift into the end of the day can come in. That move on MSOS, yeah, that one bounced, right? I didn't really see how it maintained and held, but yep, look at that. MSOS up 6%, a nice potential bull flag on the 20-minute chart. Getting back above a key breakdown point, this trend line. You're now back above it on a daily basis. This one could be shaping up another breakout attempt. RSI is lining up for it. If there's additional fuel to the market, if the market remains firm over the next couple days or week, MSOS could be a likely candidate. A lot of the stocks that typically try to bounce first at the near-term end of a short-term sell-off, those stocks have a strong chance of a continuation move. Yeah, MSOS looking strong. Let's look back at the QQQ again as we head into the final 10 minutes. And we'll throw NVIDIA up here. Again, if this turns into a nasty sell-off, this 425.68 gap fill on the QQQ is kind of where the bulls need to defend. That's pretty much the line in the sand at this point, and you can see the bears are trying to push it down. So that's your line in the sand. Technically, this is support until it's breached on a closing basis. Natural gas trying to make a little bit of a late day push into the end of the market here, final 10 minutes. You are getting a nice little potential attempt at a breakout above this resistance point. 191's decent resistance. Next stop is about 193.60 on that gas if you can squeeze through here. MSTR still holding about 50% of its gains off of the lows, still down in the session, 4.78. QQQ, let's see if this stage is a high or low. If you take out this high, this could easily be another bear wedge formation, but we're likely going to at least have an attempt at a breakout. Final 7 minutes here. We don't have to break out of this wedge today, but watch this wedge tomorrow. Shorts are favored on the downside. Longs, and monitor this wedge pattern, because this is the biggest, really the biggest consolidation pattern you had on the day. Before you kind of have this W bottom trying to form here. And again, monitor oil over the next couple days. If you see interest rates soft, that and oil continuing to decline. As oil continues to decline, that's been the big CPI headline presser. That's been keeping inflation narrative and inflation expectations higher. So it's going to be important to monitor oil moving forward. Can you take a look at NEO, wondering if a move lower bounce from here? Sure, we'll take a look at NIO. So EV stocks, have been under pressure. They've been sensitive to rates. Let's look at the daily chart of NIO. This one's been beaten up, like with the likes of Tesla, Rivian, so on and so forth. But yeah, even the daily chart is just such a nasty looking chart. There's some evidence here of a potential dead cat bounce. Weekly RSI extreme oversold, but again, it's only going to bounce if the market probably catches a bid. Daily RSI also extremely oversold, starting to curl up now, but you really don't have a positive divergence going at this point in time yet. So me personally, you could obviously, if the market firms, you could get a bounce back up to about 450, 460 here, but my bigger levels around 329. You have your weekly gap fill. But if you take longer dated calls, that's not a problem. Tesla 14% layoff. Yep. Tesla 14% layoff. So layoffs are typically positive for the stock. It means that companies are cutting expenses in the near term, and typically shareholders like that. It means that the company is taking action. Obviously, when you think of layoffs, it's not a good thing for the sector, for the health, for the long term, but it's generally a positive thing. As expenses go down, things get adjusted. So you can see Tesla is definitely into a ton of support here off of this gap down. This daily parallel channel. There is some support pivots here, some pretty key ones. Massive technical gaps still lurking below around that 144, but definitely looks interesting here. Especially if yields soften up a bit just in the near term. Alright, so let's flip back to the cues for the final 4 minutes here. Final 4 minutes into the close. So Qs are getting sold into right now. This is where things could get nasty if we lose this key technical gap. Things could get absolutely nasty if we lose this key technical gap. So we are seeing a bit of selling into the close here. Tesla breaking down a bit. Microsoft seeing some distribution. Nvidia seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, currently trading down in the session 3.5%. Microsoft's down 0.49. Apple's down 0.65. Tesla down 1. SMCI down 1.7. AMD down 5.62. Pockets of strength in the sectors. The S&P 500. You still have regionals positive, materials, XLB positive, communications flat, energy down, financials green, industrials negative, technology down 1.32, XLK getting hit hard today. Staples up 0.45%, and then real estate's down another 0.72, and utilities are up 2.17. So standout outperformance in utilities. If the markets continue to bounce, this is a likely sector that could continue to outperform in the near term, which also has some potential ramifications for the market moving forward. Typical utility divergences with the S&P signal something. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. Again, Microsoft selling off. QQQ going for that gap fill test to the downside. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. This is an important close. All right, QQQ closed, technically speaking, above that gap. The bulls managed to hold above that slightly, down 1.13% on the session. Pretty big decline. Obviously, a nasty sell side day for the Qs. On that note, thank you all for tuning into the stream. I will be doing my member video analysis a little bit later, so I'll have something on the docket. Basically, hopefully everyone had a decent day into the close there, and sorry about the ones today. Obviously, we did manage to take a few winning trades with the likes of SMCI and Nvidia, so let's continue to watch. But at this point, the market is looking to find a little bit of a bottom here, in my opinion, in the near term. The selling should abate at some point, enough for a little bit of a technical bounce, I think, in the near term. On that note, take care, buddy, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.